Forgot the shortcut to do, what is that? I forgot what it was called. What's the shortcut I have for that? Hotkeys. View? What kind of views are there? It's not this. Tab? Stacked tabs. It is that. Why is it this? I think that's what. Oh, okay. Default mode. Okay, that's that. Okay. So it's that. What is this then? Nothing. Okay. It's more efficient for sure. What if I do like this? don't understand why you're learning about Dogecoin. It doesn't even make sense. What was that, like 2021? Wow, I don't even understand this. I was following and then I got lost. So you create asymmetric key pair. Oops. Oh, dude. Such bad jokes are making me cringe. Oh, it's painful to hear, dude. Oh, that was painful. Well, okay. Generate asymmetric key pair. Private key is encrypted. Encrypted with the account password, okay, automatically, I suppose, okay. And the private key is the key encryption key, okay. System generates a symmetric key, or the data encryption key. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Data encryption key is encrypted using the public key. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It totally makes sense, okay. They did a pretty bad job of explaining this. Like it says, private key is encrypted. Well, encrypted by what? Another key pair? Or from something else? But I'm assuming just... it's just encrypted on the file system or something. I'm excited to learn about Java, Spring Boot. Tenacity. You had to Google how to spell tenacity. From Nikola Jokic tonight in the NBA playoffs. They got the playoffs going already? Anytime I hear about basketball, it's like playoffs are happening. I feel like every week it's the NBA playoffs. Like in 3 months, I'm going to completely forget about basketball. 3 months later, it's the NBA playoffs. 2 weeks later, it's the NBA playoffs. Oh, it's the NBA finals. Who you got for that? I feel like it's just like every other week it's the NBA playoffs or finals. Like, how is it every other week? There's no reason to watch basketball. There's literally just no reason to watch it. Honestly, I would watch I would watch some basketball. Jokic. I would watch that guy because he's Balkan. I would watch some basketball sometimes. But really, the main sport worth watching is probably just football. Soccer can be okay sometimes, but honestly, it's pretty boring. Soccer is okay for the World Cup. That's when it's okay to watch soccer, but generally any other times, nah. For just regular season games, the only sport worth watching is probably football. And then basketball occasionally. Yeah, basketball playoffs is alright. You can watch basketball's not bad. Basketball's probably the number 2. Basketball's number 2. It's pretty close with football, honestly. I'll give it. I won't detract from anyone if they slant more towards basketball over football. I think that's a fair slant. But football probably football, and then I don't know. Are they? Polish people don't got the size like Serbians, bro. Serbians can get some mass. Poles are usually skinny. They're just kind of. They're just survivors. They adapted the. This is so bad. They adapted the concentration camp aesthetic for life. They're just kind of skinny bones with a beer gut. But it's, you know, everyone's got to have some sort of aesthetic. You know, it's just how it is. I gotta look at a map of Europe. Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Ukraine, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Serbia. Macedonia's right here. Dude, I feel like I don't even remember these countries right here, bro. Like, what even is this? Dude, this area is definitely different than this area. Can you see? This area is different than this area. Albanians. Bulgaria. Yeah, they're more closer to Greek than Slav. Slovakia is closer to Polish. Czech is closer to Polish. Hungary is like a solid mix. I feel like this is the borderline between the Slavs and the. I'm terrible at geography. Where's the Balkans range? Where does it actually go through? Right here. Wait, is there a better map? Balkans map. No? This is the Balkans. What the? Wait, what the heck? There we go. These guys are Balkans. This is different. The Slavs are right, starting with the... Hungary's kind of a mix. Hungary is where you start to mix Slavs, Bratislava. Imagine being from there. Bro, they got some hardcore gangsters in Bratislava. You know what I'm talking about? But Hungary is where you start to get the mix of the Slav and the Balkan together. I feel like that makes sense. But the Balkans, right here. Macedonia, Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria. And then you got, up here you got the Slavics. Slavic countries. What does that even mean? Slavs. Slavs. I like how it's just Slavs. Slavic languages. Prominently Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, and Northern Asia. Scattered across Baltic states. Which countries? Oh, okay, so there's various ones. Okay. Oh yeah, so they are Slavic. They're just South Slavic. AKA Balkan. Balkan is a subgroup of Slav. Oh, that's what I'm talking about right here. Dude, why doesn't it just open up, bro? That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, I am. I'm for sure. Polak, Slovak. So we got the West, Czechs, Kashubians, Poles. What is a Kashubian? Poles, Silesians. What is this? Historical region divided by the current national boundaries of Poland, Germany, and Czechia. Polish, Chechens, and Germans. Interesting. Slovaks are West Slavic ethnic group and nation native to Slovakia. Sorbs. What even is these? East Slavs are the Belarusians, Russians, Russians, Ukrainians. South Slavs, Bosniaks, Bulgarians, Croats, Gorani, Macedonians, Montenegrins, Serbs, Slovenes. Bro, I gotta learn about Slavic history, bro. I feel like I gotta learn way more about all that's going on in this area. All of this. All of this. Yeah, English Irish is not bad. English gets a lot of hate, but honestly, they, for good reason, but in modernity, English kind of sucks. But historically, for majority of all of human history, pretty solid his lineage right there. Bro, Poland was just constant wars, basically. Just getting attacked over here, left, right, up, down. This has just been a permanent war zone, man. All of this has just been permanent war zone. Well, look at UK is over here. Look how easy it is to defend yourself when you've got your own landmass. When you're here, you're in no man's land, bro. Everyone is just constantly attacking, invading. It's just permanent war zone. As soon as you win the war, a couple decades later, someone else is coming at you. You got no defense. You can't set yourself up. You just gotta survive. Gotta climb the mountains and survive on your own. Yeah. See, France, look, France you can defend all across, like from one direction. Spain, Portugal. Spain could just take Portugal, honestly. They can just take them. But still, like, easy to defend your land. Greece. And then that's why you've got all these guys, because these are just all broken up and just constantly changing borders. All of this land is just so many different small little cultures here that just constantly trying to survive. Honestly, Germany is not isn't in that great of a position either. You don't want to be surrounded right in the middle here, because you can get attacked from any direction as well. All of this really is open territory right here. The Norway, Sweden, Finland, they're safe. But all of this, I mean, this is honestly, if we're being real, like even till today, this stuff is just up for grabs, bro. This stuff is up for grabs. I think if you're Italy, you're safe. If you're France, you're safe. Spain, safe. UK, safe. Ireland, safe. Norway, Sweden, Finland, safe. Unless Russia decides to take Finland, but still, it's just kind of like a one-on-one. Here, I mean, you're screwed. Russia's coming in on any of these guys right here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to know about this. Bucharest and Budapest. What's even the difference, bro? You see what I'm saying? Like, no wonder everyone's just invading each other. Like, it's all basically the same. I think US is going to take Greenland. We got to set ourselves up. Trump is doing such a genius masterclass of Western Hemisphere fortification, gaining control of the canal, the Panama Canal, and then trying to get up the Northern Hemisphere up there, or the northern part of the Western Hemisphere with Greenland, to really fortify our defenses. It's definitely a big brain move to work on that. France is going crazy. I feel like we just leave them alone. We don't even need to take any of this. We don't even need to get involved in any of this stuff right here. We just take Greenland, take Mexico. Honestly, we if anything that makes sense, it would make sense to take Canada and Mexico. We should just take Mexico. Like, I feel like that just makes the most sense. Because look, if we take Mexico, then we don't need to worry about the immigration anymore, because nobody has to move from Mexico because they're already America. So they can just stay where they are. And then, since we take Mexico, we get rid of the cartels. A good port, like probably 90% of it. There's a lot in, you know, South America too, and the supply chains down there and everything. But, I mean, that will just basically take care of that problem for the most part. We got El Salvador. El Salvador is our prison state. It's our vassal prison state. Just send all the prisoners to El Salvador. Then we got to worry about what to do with Canada. Canada's a problem. We can take them, but they're rebellious up there, so... could lead to too much internal turmoil. So we could potentially just leave Canada be, try to make them happy somehow. But if they're causing problems, then we're going to have to just take them. We're going to have to just take them. And then that'll connect us to Alaska. So that'll be much better. We should honestly really expand the empire a little bit more. The new American empire, take Mexico and take Canada. Those are the first two steps right there. Solve our internal domestic problems just like that. And once we take Canada, I mean, there's nobody stopping us from Greenland. So we'll take Greenland, and now we got our fortification of the Western Hemisphere set up. See, the problem with too much expansionism is that you just become destable. You don't have enough population to stabilize your country. You go out to war to conquer other lands, and then you just lose control internally. You become too destable. So you want to take what makes sense and then just build off of that. You can't be too greedy. That's the problem with expansionism. They always get too greedy. Unless you just have a ton of population, overflow population. If you're like China, I mean, if you're China, you can just you can just start expanding a ton. Canada and Mexico will double the US right there. That would be huge. Those would be huge wins. It's the long haul, man. You gotta be patient for the long haul. Trump is setting up the foundations, and then Barron is going to be our new monarch. He's going to be new emperor. He's going to be new Caesar. You have to trust in the plan. He's setting everything up for the Caesarification of Barron. Trust the plan. You know how beneficial having Mexico as part of America would be? Just economically, bro. You've got factories, you've got farmland. It would just make so much sense. You'd have basically one state for a Pacific and Atlantic water connection. You've got shores for the Atlantic, you've got shores for the Pacific. I mean, how wide is Mexico? Honestly, let me look at a map of Mexico. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Something like this. No, what is this? Just show me the image. There we go. Look at this. Imagine if we control Mexico instead of crossing all the way across the United States up here. So much longer. You just have this for military operations, transportation, and everything from the Atlantic Sea to the. True. I'm retarded. I can just use Google Maps. I'm retarded. What kind of maps we got here? What does this do? Oh, that's just things. But like, look at this. Right now, it's not too efficient. If we've got naval resources here, and then naval resources in the Pacific, I mean, you got to travel across the entire United States for materials, weaponry, supplies. I mean, obviously you'll have deposits, manufacturing for this side and this side. But if you just have this, if you can just do this, it's just so much easier to control. It's so much more efficient. Then you got Canada up here. Honestly, Alaska is huge. This is such a good move right here. Such a great chess move to be able to secure Alaska in our history. And Hawaii. Hawaii and Alaska, big dubs. Yeah, we need railroads in the US big time. Big time. We've got plenty of land to lay down a railroad system. We gotta get like Europe. I use the railroad system in Poland. It's so easy. You just go from Warsaw to Gdańsk in a couple hours on a high-speed rail. Don't need to drive. Or from Warsaw to Krakow. Like you got, I mean, obviously it's a much smaller piece of land, but I was just thinking about that. I don't know if Panama Canal is pretty important, but do we really want these? I mean, the importance is, I mean, might as well, but you inherit some problems here. I don't know if you want to deal with that. Where's El Salvador? Right here. Take everything except for El Salvador. Or just give all of this to El Salvador, honestly. That's what we should do. Give all this to El Salvador. And then we get Panama. Give all of this to El Salvador. And we get Mexico. Canada. Greenland. Look at Greenland. I mean, it's probably only this much that anyone even lives at. But just look at this. What even is up here? What is it? Space. Bro, look at Antarctica. It's just like... Something's up with Antarctica, man. I'll tell you, something's fishy about that thing. Australia is pretty crazy. They're just like a giant island out on their own. Wait, are they just all desert? Is that just... This is like the whole entire country. It's just this. Dude, that sucks. Down here is like the only decent part. Melbourne. I know no one lives in the middle, but just like you've got all this land and you don't live here. I'm saying, but you've got this land. It's just useless. You got Sydney. Sydney's not bad. Whole bunch of national parks around. Okay. What else we got? Brisbane. Tasmania. Why is this thing? Yeah, there's a lot of people right here. It's kind of crazy. Bruh. What even is this? Jakarta. It's pretty urbanized. I don't know what those numbers are. Oh, population? Dude, Indonesia's number one? Who's one? India? The way you order that is retarded. What on earth did you... 1 India, 2 China, 3 United States, 4 Indonesia, 5 Pakistan. Pakistan? That tiny little place? How big is Pakistan? Let me see what's going on with this war over here. Oh, up here. Okay, it's not as small as I thought it was. Dude, what an insane place to live right here. You've got China, India, Russia, Europe. This is just insane. Yeah, this is really a historic showdown between Pakistan and India. We just gotta observe. Like, there should be no interference as to what they're doing. We just watch what happens. Like, don't aid one side or the other. Just let them play out. Just see who wins. We don't allow these just fights to the death anymore. 15 years. We don't allow fights to the death, bro. I feel like everyone just needs to let it play out. Let whatever happens happens. See who wins. That's what I'm saying. You can spend all this time, effort, money, trying to see, okay, whatever, trying to mediate the fighting, and that's whatever. Dude, no. Just let them play it. Let them fight it out. Sometimes that's the best way to solve conflict. Let two guys go out to the back alley and let them fight it out. No one interferes. Clean fight, go. And whoever wins, wins. Whoever wins, wins. That's what I'm saying. If you lose, you gotta accept defeat. Old-fashioned rules. Fight it out. Whoever wins, wins. Unless they start going crazy and start getting into some nuclear stuff, then we gotta put an end to it. Whoever wins just conquers the other, and it's just over. This is the final battle. Pakistan versus India. If Pakistan wins, India's gone. Done. It's all Pakistan now. If India wins, Pakistan. Gone. Done. It's all India now. It's just, that's the way it is. It's called conquering. Whoever wins, wins. This has been a long time coming, and it's finally here. We all get to observe and watch. May the best man win. That's it. Old-fashioned Western duel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too informed on the military prominence of either of these two countries, their military resources. So I've got no idea, but I'm assuming India's got a good lead on Pakistan. I don't think Pakistan can win. Just let them fight it out. I put out a tweet the other day that the world watching Pakistan versus India is how I imagine the aliens just watch the world. Just kind of like non-interference, just watch from a distance and just see what happens. See how it goes. I mean, I think this war is good. It's a good thing that there's a war coming out here. I usually don't think war is good in most cases, but this one, this is good. I mean, they just have to. It's good old-fashioned Western duel. Fight it out and see who wins. Clean rules. Let's get some clean rules in here and fight it out. If you can abide by the clean rules, don't bomb hospitals, no nukes, fight it out. Play by the... Everyone would agree to that. If they agreed to just clean rules, fight it out till the end, everyone would support that. And whoever wins, wins. Who would be against that? Are there different map styles? Oh, there are. This is... Wait, no. Which one do I want? What even is this? Oh, these are layers? Oh, default versus satellite. What is global view? Whoa, okay, I see. So this is like a globe. Yeah, this is better. You can see what's going on now. Turn off this. Oh, why does that keep turning off? Oh, okay. Pakistan has bros in the Middle East. Yeah, they're close to Afghanistan. Iran, Afghanistan. Yeah. Pakistan's got some of that Middle Eastern spirit. I don't think India's got that. Let's see what's going on with Iran and Israel. Yeah, that's more of a complicated thing. I'd rather just talk about Pakistan versus India. That one is simple. Let them fight it out. It's got to be clean. They got to agree to the clean rules. Good old-fashioned war. You can destroy supply lines, you can sabotage, but just don't bomb hospitals and schools. Have a clean fight. We gotta see what's going on in... What's going on over here? Whoa! Why am I in an alley? Oh, yeah, no, these guys... Uh-oh. Not looking good. Go. Let's get out in the streets. Oh, they're stuck. Okay. Okay, let's get out of there. Hold on, let's see. We gotta look at India. What on earth? What the heck? Whoa! Why is this all messed up? Why is it all upside down? Okay, now there we go. Okay, we gotta check out what's going on in India. Let's see, where are we going? Alright, let's do Bengaluru. Let's figure out what's going on in here. Right in the middle. This is research right here. We're gonna see who's gonna win the war. We gotta do some primary local research. Who's gonna win the war? Bro, I suck at GeoGuessr. Or I suck at geography, so I would suck at GeoGuessr. I want to get a globe. I'm gonna buy a globe so I can put it on my desk and I can just start studying it more and more. Just like whenever I'm on like a little break, I can just have it and look. I gotta start to ingest the world geography so that way it's intuitive to me. Right now it's not intuitive to me. I'm like completely, I've got no idea what's going on. That's definitely one of my weaknesses. I gotta get better at that. I gotta be able to internalize the globe into my consciousness. I don't know if I would like India. I think it's just too foreign for me. I liked Poland, but I'm Polish, so I like Poland. Poland was pretty nice. I liked it a lot. But I would have to be in the urban area, in the cities, either Warsaw or Krakow. Otherwise, it probably would suck. I wouldn't like it. All right, we got a little feel for this. Let's see what's going on with Pakistan. Let's get this adjusted here. Get this going. There we go. Let's get to Pakistan. What's going on here? Let's see. Where do we want to go? This one? Karachi. Is that Pakistan? Let's check out Karachi. That's like barely, that's like right at the border of what? Hold on, this one's got better borders. Oh no, it's right here. Okay, I see. It's like this. I don't know what all that is. These are like dotted lines. I don't even know what that means. Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad. All right, I'll look at I feel like this one looks kind of cool. Let's check out Karachi. Going down here. I kind of picked a random spot in India. I gotta go back there after this. Hold on, I gotta go to this. Nah, we're done. Oh, they don't got a street view? Or I gotta click on something. Come on, get me in here. Right here, the main street. Browse street view images. How do I do this? Alright, I'm going to Islamabad. Where is it? Kabul? Here. Oh man, this is dense. These guys are dense in here. Let me get in here. Come on, why is it not working? Is there no street view here? Dang, that's tough. It's gonna be hard to do some research without a street view. How do I do street view? Where is the street view button? It's just giving me this. I got layers right here. I clicked more. It's right here, street view. Oh, here, this. I have to click these spots. Okay, they only have, what the? I'm like inside of here. What the heck? Bro, what even is this? Stupid. American flag? Oh, these guys are winning. Okay, these are the things that they got street view on right here. Okay, India was better because you could just zoom in and out and it would automatically enter straight view. This one is like... This one is just like like you can't move anywhere. These are just like still photos. Look at this guy. Cemetery? Bro. I can't zoom out. Look, India, you just go straight. What the hell is this, bro? I gotta exit this. X. See, look, India, you just zoom in and you can go. And you can move. You're free. You got this cow going. Okay, this rural land is not good. We can't be looking at this. Hold on, I've got to turn off this freaking street view thing, bro. So look, with India, you can go... Where's like the capital? I don't know any of these. Mumbai, that's what we're talking about. That's what I was looking for, Mumbai. Let's check out Mumbai. You see, look, you just zoom in here, and you're... This looks exactly the same as down south. Whatever that other place I was looking at, this looks exactly the same. Oh, that's it? I can't go anymore? That's it. See, and then you could zoom out just like that. Look at that. Pakistan, you cannot do it. Jalalabad. Come on, Jalalabad, let's get in here. Nope. They don't got the infrastructure for Google Maps in here. These guys aren't as advanced. You're not gonna make it. White House Hotel. Where's New Delhi? Oh, we gotta check out the Punjabis up here in Punjab. Where's this? Maybe this one. This one's big. Yeah, now we're talking. Yo, this is huge. Holy cow. This is dense. Look at that. You get right into the streets. I gotta zoom out. Hold on, I gotta find like... like this. Oh, dude, they're Nazis? Avoid close contact with people who are sick. This must be 2022. What is this, COVID? I just watched the... Oh, I gotta show you. Where is it? You don't gotta watch it, but there's this guy who moved to India to start a business on CNBC. And I was like, bro, why would you do that? Let's see. Where the heck is... Oh, up here, New Delhi. Delhi and New Delhi. Oh yeah, these are where the rich people are at. Let's see, I could already tell because you got all these trees. Come on, gimme. Go, 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 go. Yeah, this is nicer than wherever else I was just at. It just ends here, that's it? And it stops here. Okay, that's all I got. Find a new spot. This is the park. Yeah, they got parks out here, some buildings. This is the spot to be in if you're in India. Yeah, I don't have enough information on Pakistan here. Karachi. Come on, give me something, Karachi. Here, now we're talking. This is the spot. Yeah, give me in here. Okay, now we're talking. This guy, he's riding a bike with the camera system set up. Yeah, they got the caste system out there or something like that. It's not bad. They got palm trees out here? Yo. I don't know, man. I think India's gonna struggle. Look at these guys. Dang, you're the highest caste? Top of the food chain? So you're living on the other side of the wall where you got the palaces and you got the kids that Or the low caste slaves bringing you trays of food for lunch. Bro, these guys are California. They out here. This might be... I'm comparing to Delhi right now. Delhi's got better buildings, but these guys pretty close up there. This is a good fight, man. This would be a good fight. Hold on, let's see what else I can look at. Can't zoom out. What else we got? What's another area? This definitely looks more Middle Eastern vibes to it. Look at that. I want to go in there. That's the masjid. Masjid? Tuba Masjid. I don't know how to get in there. Honestly, not bad. Not bad out here. Karachi. Yo, whoa! Look at India. You could view everything in India. What on earth? They got the whole country mapped out. Yo! Look at Pakistan. A little bit of here, here, here. Barely nothing. India's going crazy with it. Okay, I've heard of Mumbai and New Delhi. What else have I heard of? Alright, we gotta look at New Delhi some more. We gotta figure out some more spots. We gotta go like right here, just like randomly see what's going on. There's way more color out here. That's the thing. Look at all these signs, colors, and everything. Pakistan was all just the building, sandstone, and that's it. Alright, this was some pretty good research, but I don't know. There's a lot more that goes into it. I don't know about the fighting spirit of the Pakistanis, bro. I just know that one video where the kids are coming up saying like what they want to do when they grow up or something, and they're I want to fight for Pakistan. Ah! I feel like those kids, bro. It's gonna be hard to fight against those. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard to beat that. I love Pakistan. Just screaming. 492 people per square kilometer versus 38 in the US. US is very like, they've got a lot of country and then very dense cities and then a lot of country. That's the thing. So it's like high or low. US is like more suburban, I feel like, than other countries. Like there's like the cities and suburbs are very well developed. When you go to Poland, I'm only comparing this to Poland, which is relatively newer in establishing itself because it was like controlled by what, communist Russia until like 70s, 80s, something around there. So they only really had from there onward. But anyway, so Poland, great cities, but as soon as you leave the city, it's just farmland. Or not farmland, it's just super country. Like there isn't much of a suburbs. It's just like there are some, but it's just not as much. Not as much. It's not really. What are you writing? I'm not really reading it. Hold on. What do you mean making assumptions? I'm just looking at what I'm looking here. Same thing with all the other countries. But in areas like Mumbai, Bangalore, North India is fine. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying, man. I'm just looking at this. I feel like Pakistan's got a fighting spirit. I feel like you gotta account for that. India's got way more people, but Pakistan's got a fighting spirit. I don't think Pakistan's got the military resources though. That's the next step. We gotta look at the military resources. Pakistan military resources. Yeah, Singapore is dense. Let's see. Military strength. 12 out of 145? Yo, that is... I feel like that's really high. What? Military strength list. Just gonna type that. How are we just barely above Russia? I feel like there should be a bigger gap. China and Russia are like the same. I feel like China's higher than Russia. And I'm saying that entirely based off of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Like, Russia's getting their ass... I mean, they're winning, but they're kind of getting their ass kicked. Even though they're winning. India? Dang, India is number 4. Pakistan 12. I don't know. India being number 4 and having way more people? Yeah, dude. Pakistan would lose. Pakistan would... They just... If you could equalize the populations and the military strength, I think Pakistan would win. If it was equal. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's why everyone loves this war. It's a tough one. It's a good battle. It's like you have a good UFC fight where you know it's like you got 2 really good ones on the ticket and they're just gonna fight it out. Yeah, but wasn't Vance just in India? They're making some deals with India. They're coming together. They're getting some deals signed. Dude, it's a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight. What happens if I click on it? At a glance, let's see what they got going on. Manpower, air power, land power, naval power, financials. Alright, so they got that manpower, air power, and land power. Let's look at India. Same thing, basically. But maybe their numbers are different, but just the distributions. 117 manpower. What's Russia at? 139, 142, 143. Bro, I feel like we should be. I feel like U.S. should be a little bit higher. Isn't our Navy like far superior than Russia's? China's is far superior than ours. China's got a ton of stuff going on. Look at these guys. These guys are going crazy. We gotta worry about China, bro. We gotta worry about China. They've got the manpower, literally everything. Who's more? Okay, now we gotta. All right, we gotta wonder who's more skilled at operating the military resource. Who's got more skilled fighter pilots? I feel like Pakistan's gonna be skilled in their fighter pilots. I feel like they've got some serious fighter pilots out there. India's got the numbers, but I think Pakistan's got the skill. It's gonna be a good fight. Hold on, who else is on this? Okay, so we got China, South Korea, UK, France, Japan, Turkey, Italy, Brazil. Look at Brazil getting up in there. Pakistan, Indonesia, Germany, Israel, Iran. Oh dang, these guys are neck and neck. Spain, Australia, Egypt, Ukraine, Poland. Ukraine's above Poland? Barely. What's Poland looking like? Ooh, the financials are looking good. Financials are looking good. Little to no Navy. Yeah, we're not worried about the Navy right now. We need manpower and air power and land power. Look at that manpower. Oh, we can look at some numbers here. This is a good website. Hold on, I gotta open this as a new tabs. Hold on, let's open up. What the heck? There we go. That's what we gotta look at. All right, now we gotta pull up Pakistan. See what we're working with. Pakistan has the kamikazes. All right, let's see. 5 population versus number 2 population. Dang. Manpower 2 versus 7. Fit for service number 2. 7 out of here. Military age 1, 3. Active person 2, 7. It's pretty good. Let's look at the aircraft. Wait, this is just their ranking out of 145. Okay, I see. Mine warfare, they're last in mine warfare. I don't even know what that is. What about these guys? These guys are number 16 in mine warfare. The Pakistanis gonna set up mines? Oh man. But they're AC carries? I don't even know what that is. Aircraft carriers? Number 3 versus number dead last. Helicopter carriers, destroyer. Yeah, their navy is non-existent. Look at this. Wait. Oh wait, no, what is, I don't even know how to read this. Helicopter carrier fleet strength by country. 145, 145. I don't know what that means. Poor. Oh, it's just a rating. It's not ranking. Okay, it's like a, my bad. Okay, I was looking at this wrong. But still, okay, so pretty poor, pretty poor. We gotta look at the land. That's what we gotta look at. Land and aircraft. Let's see. Tankers ranked 11 versus 13. Helicopters 4 versus 10. Attack helos 8 versus 11. Tanks 5 versus 7. Vehicles 2 versus 30. Ooh, I was saying it's kind of close. It's pretty close, but that vehicles is an important advantage right here. Vehicles are important for being able to transport supplies and troops. What about artillery? Ooh, there's a gap in artillery. Pakistan's got that artillery. They gotta use that artillery to even out the vehicles. Artillery towed. Mobile rocket projecting vehicles. 18 versus 6. Ships. 6 versus rank 27. Or rating 27. Aircraft carrier. No, Navy, who cares? I don't know, it's looking pretty close. It's looking pretty close. Landmines are going to be pretty big against their vehicles. These guys got the vehicles number, but the artillery, self-propelled artillery vehicles, they got to be able to take advantage of their artillery and mine warfare strengths. All right, we got to look at the, where's Air Force? Tankers, helicopters, tech. What about jets, aircraft, and fighters? 7 versus 6, 4 versus 4 and 4. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Dang, it's pretty close. I did not think it was going to be that close. Honestly, props to Pakistan. I thought Pakistan would be way worse. By like a decent amount, but Pakistan's been working on their military. Good for them. Good for them. Pakistan's literally better than Poland, bro. Dang. Dang, Pakistan is pretty good. Now that I'm looking at this. Dang, that's going to be a tough fight for India. Dang, I think we're going to have to give it to Pakistan. I don't know. It could go either way. That's tough. What's the latest news? They're bombing each other yet? I think I heard something about them bombing each other. Hold on, I gotta look at Singapore. What's going on in Singapore? Straighten me out here. Where is Singapore? I don't remember where Singapore is. Is it somewhere here? Wait, that's Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, Bangladesh. I thought Bangladesh was a city in India. It's its own country? I'm retarded. I literally thought Bangladesh was just India. Wait, where even is Singapore? Taiwan. Here's the Koreas, Japan, China, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia. Oh, Singapore. Wait, Malaysia. Wait, Singapore a country? Or a city? Wait, here's a border. This is its own country right here, this tiny little thing? Yeah, Poland's got 3 on mines. Poland's they gotta protect against the blitzkrieg. You know what I'm saying? They learned their lesson. Is Singapore its own thing? I think it's its own thing, yeah. Singapore's pretty wealthy, I'm pretty sure. Let's see what we got going on in Singapore. Let's get in here. Hold on. Yeah, they got the whole thing mapped out. Chinatown? Nah, I want to go like up here. Oh no. This is just Asian India. Most densely populated? That's crazy. What are they doing out here? Hold on, where's like the affluent area? Universal Studios? Singapore? That's crazy. Queenstown. Alright, it's a little bit nicer out here. They're eating some good food in there. Signs are in English. Dang, they got Mazdas out here? Oops. I gotta go there. That's where I gotta go. That direction. Oh, I got the 3D mode. Let's go. Now I can see where I want to be at. Dang. They got pools out here? Oh, this is a wealthy neighborhood. Kind of. Yeah, Mercedes. Look at that. They got the Benz out here. Modern apartment with the pool. This is now we're talking. Look at this building with the walls, security and everything. Another Benz. They just benzed out. They all benzed out over here. Look at this. Yo, this is pretty nice. Get rich off crypto and then move out here. Look at that. They got the mirrors so you can see around the corners and everything. Look at that. Lexus. Mini Cooper, Porsche. This is a nice spot. Ton of Singapore flags. They got that nationalism pride. Look at this house. Look at that. These guys got money. Not bad. Pool. I got pools and everything. He's got a Ferrari. Dang. Towers full of people. I mean, this is a giant building. This is huge. Look at this one. This is a nice area I found. The other spot I looked at kind of basically looked like India. Look at this house. Oh, there's another Ferrari? Yo, just on the side of the street. Yo, these guys are making bank. I just found the jackpot. This man is driving the Ferrari. Alright, I get it. These people got bank. Let's see, what else? How come this one doesn't like... I can't rotate. Oh, here we go, in the city. Yo, these are all apartments. Holy cow. Yo, these are literally towers full of people. Bro, look how tall these are. They're just all apartments. They're not even like business buildings. They're just apartments all over. That is crazy. Yo, that's so many people. Like when you go to Chicago, like there's a couple of these, but there's a lot of like business-oriented skyscrapers. These are just all apartments, just all. Dang, that is dense. Oh, that is crazy. It's pretty clean for all these people. Look at this. For all these people. For all these people, it looks empty out here. There's someone walking. Yeah, where do they go? Like when they're not in their apartment, where are they at? Tanjong Pagar GRC. Dawson Vista. Bro. It's just all apartments. They got some workers tending to the flowers. Oh, this is a wealthy country. Benz, Mini, Toyota. They got the construction crew going on. Look at this, how organized they are. They got the stop and go signs. Vests, hard hat helmets. Oh, these guys are sophisticated. I feel like it doesn't look like that many people. Like, where are all the cars? Like, you go to India, and there's people everywhere. Cars everywhere, people everywhere. There's no people here. Look at all these apartments, but where's all the people? For real, where do they go? Where are they at? Where are they working at? Is it all just a lie? Alright, there's a decent amount of people there now. But still not that many. Got the old man waiting for the bus or something. Dude, there's so many apartments. That is crazy. Here's some people. Looks like pretty nice weather out here. Nice fauna, greens. Ton of apartments, just jeez. They're so tall too. Skyville. It's literally called Skyville. Dude, I don't know. These guys are organized. They're pretty organized. They got the construction set up. Clean. But there's like, the people are not just like overcrowding everything. What on earth is going on? I gotta find where these people are at. Dang, look at those apartments. It's pretty cool. 7-Eleven. They got 7-Elevens. Look at this, all green. Oh, they drive on the left side. Look, this park is like empty. Where is everyone? They're all working somewhere. But where? Look at this. School, old man in wheelchair being pushed. Nice society. You know, I gotta find where these people are going because this is not making sense. Girl just walking on her own is not gonna get abducted. Low crime. Beamers. We gotta go this way. We gotta keep going. We got some buses. Now we're seeing some people. Where are these buses going? They gotta get this bus system going from the apartments. This is where everyone lives, and they go somewhere else. They go somewhere far for work. These buses will be busing them all the way somewhere. Gotta find where the buses go. There's like a city part with like business skyscrapers, isn't there somewhere? This is like a residential area. These are all residential skyscrapers. Oh, it's too empty. It's pretty nice out here. Ooh, look at that Jeep. Suzuki. Alright, I gotta find where these guys are hiding at. It's not making sense. Where was I just... I just came from here, right? Or here? Queens. I was just in Queens. Here. All these are residential. All of this is residential. What about here? Is this all residential? All residential. All of it. Where are these people going? Look how many people are living here. Where are they all going? Finance, tech, and digital marketing. Downtown core. Look at, you can see all of this is just residential areas. Bro, they got they've got the system set up here, bro. They know what's going on. figure out what's going on. This is right by the water too. Maybe I gotta go down here. Wait, what, is this where I was just... Look at this, guy's got a Bentley? Another wealthy neighborhood. I forgot where the first one was. See, look, these houses, these are giant houses. Wealthy people. Another neighborhood here too. Okay, this is a little bit more middle class-y. A little bit lower. Well, higher probably than the people, way more expensive than the people living in the apartments. But not as nice as the other spot I was just at, but still quite nice. Still very nice. It's just the next tier lower. What about up here? What's going on over here? Some sort of resort. GE Aerospace. This is where they're working at. Alright, I see some work. People are working. Here's where the people are at. Some of the people. Some work buildings out here. The guy was on a motorcycle. What's up here in this area? What's going on here? Dang. This is kind of middle. Let's see. You got the river right through here. It looks like this is the area, right? This is all residential here. These are all just houses. This side? Primary school, secondary school. Oh, universities? You got a university out here? ECP Bridge. I got the zoo. Wait, this bridge? John C.S. Way. Dude, everything is residential. Where are these people? Except for that one spot, but I feel like it wasn't that much work. Is this all residential? No. Secondary school. Apartments, looks like. I gotta turn this. It's hard to see what's going on here. I mean, this is the southern area. Well, how? This is like a completely different country. This? Industrial. Yeah, this is the ports. This is where people work for the ports. Dude, I don't know what you want me to look at. I looked at this. There's some work over here. People be working over here. Airport. Whoa. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Where is this? Oh, right here. Okay, I see. Dang, look at all these skyscrapers. Even all out there and here. Hold on. I want to see. I want to see how it compares to Apple Maps. Because I'm under the impression Apple Maps is superior. Wait, where am I looking at? Here. Hold on, let's get, how do I set up the different views? Map mode, satellite, 3D. Let's get that 3D. Oh, this already looks better. Kind of, I don't know. Okay, I think it was like here. This is not 3D. What is this? Enter look around? What the heck? Okay, maybe Google Maps is a little better. Yeah, okay, this one kind of not that good. What is this warning I'm getting? Getting some issues. Whatever. Whoa, what the heck is going on? Oh, it is like around Chinatown. Okay, this is the industrial district, or the city district. Look at this. This is a cool view. You need that MacBook M1 Max to be able to render this. Alright, let's get in here. Why is this all... I don't know how to turn off this 3D thing. Okay, now we're here. This is what I was looking for. There's no way around it, but I'm gonna have to move to the city eventually. It's just all the economic opportunity is in the city. I'm gonna have to get my job, go to the city, and start making some moves. Look at that, they got TikTok right here, Bite Dance. I'm gonna have to go to the city. I'm gonna have to go to Chicago just for a little bit, make some money, meet my wife, and then get out of there. It's all about... it's gonna suck, but you have to make some sacrifices. You gotta make money in this world. Bro, Singapore is pretty nice. They got a good setup going on. They got a ton of just apartments and the buses straight to the city. Oh, I can't go anymore that way. They got the motorcycles. How do I turn off this 3D mode? All underground? Dang, that's pretty good. So this is like all the city. What town is this called? Just a Singapore. ECP Bridge. Dang, that's kind of crazy. Oh, so this is already not. This is Malaysia. Is this the border here? Yeah, Singapore, Malaysia. I was looking in Malaysia. This is the wealthy part of Malaysia. Train checkpoint. Oh, okay, I see. They've got no bridges except for one there and one here. 1, 2. You got 2 bridges to Malaysia. Legoland, Malaysia. Still a pretty wealthy part of Malaysia. It's kind of just like an extension of Singapore, but it's a whole nother country. You've got the woodlands. What's the woodlands looking like? Dang, look how many they're building at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They don't play around out here. University here. Polytechnic, Technical University. Sanctuary Golf Course. What is this thing? I'm exploring literally all of Singapore, bro. This place is so interesting. They got nature reserves in here. The British Club, Chatsworth International School. Yo, this is a rich country. So they got the airport all the way over here. City is like down here. Shipping yards all over here. Got nature thing right in the middle here. Some more swamp yards, nature area towards the left. Here's another area. But it's just super dense. There's no such thing as suburbs over here. No such thing. This is a pretty nice area.
This tiny island nation is smaller than New York City, but it's the wealthiest country. But it's smaller than New York City, but it's the wealthiest country in Asia and one of the richest in the world.
Its GDP per capita itself has surpassed the likes of the UK, the US, France, and other developed countries.
Over 6 decades, Singapore has
Developed countries.
Over 6 decades, Singapore has transformed itself from a colonial trading port to a buzzing financial center that's envied the world over. And it's held up as an example for any country seeking to grow a robust, high-tech economy. Its wealth is the product of decades of planning by a party that's been in power since independence. So, what's Singapore's formula for success? And as its leadership changes for the first time in 20 years, can it continue to prosper? When Singapore became independent in 1965, the first Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew and other founding leaders recognized it had an economic problem. It had no natural resources. So, if they wanted to develop an export-led economy and attract foreign capital, they would need to build up the country's manufacturing industry. Its location gave it an edge.
It has access to the Straits of Malacca, to the Indian Ocean, to the South China Sea, which makes it a pivotal shipping hub.
So it did this initially by transforming Singapore into a manufacturing base, with a focus on labor-intensive industry at first to wipe out the high unemployment.
But Lee only ever intended manufacturing as a stepping stone to a more developed economy.
He laid the fundamentals, which is a solid financial and legal system, stable and largely clean government, making sure that the public transport system is efficient, has world-class healthcare infrastructure.
In the 1980s, Lee started laying the groundwork for what is now Singapore's biggest source of wealth, finance. Following the lead of places like the US and UK, he liberalized the financial services industry with lighter touch regulation. The legacy of that approach is evident today. 4,200 multinational companies have regional headquarters here. Low taxes are a big reason for that. Singapore's corporate tax rate is just 17% and can hit 13.5% or lower for some activities. That's also because Lee's successor, Goh Chok Tong, continued to lean into attracting big business.
Singapore shifted emphasis to a knowledge-based economy that relies more on creativity and growing Singapore's entrepreneurs.
In 2004, Lee Hsien Loong, Lee Kuan Yew's eldest son, took over the premiership. And he realized to retain the flow of businesses and wealth, it needed to be an even more attractive place to live in. With its prime location, Singapore had to become a destination in itself. That's been key to Singapore's success. It had embarked on an ambitious land reclamation project in the 1970s. Over the years, that space was filled with not just offices and apartment buildings, but entertainment hubs, changing the city's skyline in the process.
One example was bringing in the F1 night race.
The government also welcomed casinos, or integrated resorts as they're called in Singapore.
And the timing was impeccable because the Chinese and Indian economies were booming. Singapore was ideally situated to attract the region's ultra-wealthy, who could then enjoy the casinos and nightlife, but also park their money. The results, the total value of assets under management in Singapore jumped from $420 billion at the start of Lee Hsien Loong's tenure to $3.6 trillion in 2022. While Singapore has been an economic success, its leadership is criticized by some for the restrictions on civil liberties and the media.
Freedom of the press, freedom of the news media must be subordinated to the overriding needs of the integrity of Singapore.
Under Lee Kuan Yew's governance, one of the chief criticisms is that there was this climate of fear in Singapore. People were afraid to criticize the government.
Subsequent governments also face criticism for maintaining a tight grip. Protests are still largely illegal.
The government is definitely cognizant that its population is changing. It is much more diverse, it is much more vocal.
At the same time, Singapore needs to stay competitive as other countries learn from its model of growth, and climate change is becoming a threat to national security. This is a Singapore that Lawrence Wong is inheriting as the country's new Prime Minister. Wong, who grew up in public housing, earned praise for his leadership in the country's COVID-19 response. He's seen as having more of a common man's touch.
We should build on what we have today. We should affirm and reinforce what works well for Singapore.
While the People's Action Party still forms the ruling government, its popularity is declining.
There will be that politicking that will happen, much more intensely in the years to come than there was ever before.
The buildup of wealth has brought problems of its own. Housing prices have increased, the cost of living has gone up.
Part of Singapore's growth model has been to attract foreign labor. But too much foreign worker inflow raises concerns by the citizens that the foreigners are taking too many of the good jobs.
If you just look at the numbers, inequality has been reduced, but that's not how some residents feel. The country's rapidly aging population is also going to add pressure to workforce growth and government spending. So, whether it's managing discontent or guiding Singapore's continued evolution into a tech hub, Wong's job is to sustain the city-state's hard-earned success.
What is this country? Liechtenstein? Liechtenstein. Iceland? GDP per capita. Estimates by IMF, World Bank, and United Nations. How about income per capita? I guess. Oh, that's purchasing power parity? It's been a minute since I took economics. Yeah, Luxembourg. I knew Luxembourg was hella rich. I always thought of them as like the richest country. Bro, this thing is like tweaking. Why can't I move? Oh, this thing is tweaking. Can only zoom? Can't click on anything. Oh, kind of. I don't know what was going on, but it was tweaking. Okay. Bro, I don't like this view. Give me this. Okay, where are we at? Where's he at? Up here somewhere? No, wait, where's here? That's for Germany. So there we go. Honestly, Warsaw is pretty nice too. In Poland. It's pretty nice. Not bad at all. Anyway, I wasted a ton of time. Holy cow.
Okay, so what is the $64,000 question? Holy cow, I'm gonna have to tough it up now. Here we go. What?
He's going way too hard, bro. He's going way too hard. You gotta take it easy.
What's the $64,000 question for the field? What is the most asked question that I've received this week? What the hell are we supposed to do about .NET, Steve? It's a very good question, and it's got a very, very clear answer. Developers. The key to .NET, the key to industry transformation, the key to success is developers, 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 developers. Yes!
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. He's going way too hard on that one. He's going too hard.
Yes.
Mr. Jobs, you're a bright and influential man.
Here it comes.
It's sad and clear that on several counts you've discussed, you don't know what you're talking about. I would like, for example, for you to express in clear terms how, say, Java, in any of its incarnations, addresses the ideas embodied in OpenDoc. And when you're finished with that, perhaps you could tell us what you personally have been doing for the last 7 years.
You know, you can please some of the people some of the time, but one of the hardest things when you're trying to affect change is that people like this gentleman are right in some areas. I'm sure that there are some things OpenDoc does, probably even more that I'm not familiar with, that nothing else out there does. And I'm sure that you can make some demos, maybe a small commercial app that demonstrates those things. The hardest thing is, how does that fit in to a cohesive, larger vision that's going to allow you to sell $8 billion, $10 billion of product a year? And one of the things I've always found is that you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And I've got the scar tissue to prove it. And I know that it's the case. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer? Where can we take the customer? Not starting with, let's sit down with the engineers and figure out what awesome technology we have, and then how are we going to market that. And I think that's the right path to take. I remember with the laser writer, we built the world's first small laser printers, you know, and there was awesome technology in that box. We had the first Canon laser printing, cheap laser printing engine in the world, in the United States here at Apple. We had a very wonderful printer controller that we designed. We had Adobe's PostScript software in there. We had AppleTalk in there. Just awesome technology in the box. And I remember seeing the first printout come out of it, and just picking it up and looking at it and thinking, you know, we can sell this. Because you don't have to know anything about what's in that box. All we have to do is hold this up and go, do you want this? And if you remember back to 1984, before laser printers, it was pretty startling to see that. People went, whoa, yes. And that's That's where Apple's got to get back to. And, you know, I'm sorry that OpenDoc's a casualty along the way, and I readily admit there are many things in life that I don't have the faintest idea what I'm talking about. So I apologize for that too. But there's a whole lot of people working super, super hard right now at Apple. You know, Avi, John, Garino, Fred, I mean, the whole team is working, burning the midnight oil, trying to, and people, you know, hundreds of people below them, to execute on some of these things, and they're doing their best. And I think that what we need to do, and some mistakes will be made, by the way. Some mistakes will be made along the way. That's good, because at least some decisions are being made along the way. And we'll find the mistakes, we'll fix them. And I think what we need to do is support that team going through this very important stage as they work their butts off. They're all getting calls, being offered 3 times as much money to go do this, do that, the valley's hot, and none of them are leaving. And I think we need to support them and see them through this and write some damn good applications to support Apple out in the market. That's my own point of view. Mistakes will be made. Some people will be pissed off. Some people will not know what they're talking about. But I think it is so much better than where things were not very long ago. And
The guy got wrecked. The guy seems like an asshole now. Well, he was. You know what's an iconic one? This one. This one's iconic. Which one should I do? This one? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? I'll do this one. This one's iconic. I mean, I love this one. I absolutely love this. This is just... I gotta find more stuff like this. I need to find more... I'm sure there's clips out there of people saying the same exact thing. Yeah, Steve Jobs was actually great. He was completely great as a marketer and just business person, because they kicked him out and he went and founded Pixar and then created that amazing company and then came back and turned things around for Apple. Apple has lost its mojo. I mean, I still think its Apple products are still basically some of the best out there. They just lost the level of innovation, and it could just be it's the times where there's just not much to innovate on. But I think one of the biggest breakthroughs was there. Although it wasn't really a breakthrough, it's just for some reason people weren't pushing in this chip, but the M1 chip using basically integrated, I forgot what it was all called, but yeah, those new chips, people weren't really using that mass market in computers or whatnot, and they were able to first mover on that. But other than that, I can't really think of anything like revolutionary that they've been doing. They come out with like iconic products in their brand, and so they have like good quality products that they create. AirPods, when those came out, everybody hopped on those. I don't know. iPhone has been nothing. I've got the iPhone 8, bro. I got a button on my thing. It just went out of support this March. So I gotta get a new phone. It's now no longer it's no longer supported by Apple as of this March. But like, there's nothing different between this and the new phone. Except for higher quality screen, better camera, and facial recognition biometrics instead of finger. But like, okay, better screen. There already was a screen, but it's just better camera. Okay, well, I mean, I already have a camera, but now it's a little bit better. Okay, no innovations, and now they're throwing AI and everything. That's no good. But I do like their laptops. Phenomenal. Big fan of their iMacs because it's just an all-in-one monitor and computer. Super small, powerful. Fan of those things, but yeah, I love the USB-Cs, and they were forced to do that because of the EU. EU's biggest export is regulation, but yeah, they were forced by the EU because they passed a law saying all smartphone manufacturers have to use universal charging, basically. That's all the EU is good for, is regulation, which is good because they came out with GDPR and now this forcing Apple to use USB-C, which I love. I'm so glad that they did that. That's a great law. So I can't wait till I get a new iPhone that has USB-C. I love that the MacBooks are phenomenal. Keyboard best, trackpad best, screen best, build quality the best, performance the best. It's pretty fire. Honestly, they create good products. Not too much innovation though, but good products. Not too bad, not too bad. Anyway, the video is good. All right, let's see this.
I mean, you guys, most of you come from companies where you've had work experience, right? And you've all done that. So do you have this problem in the companies you come from? Of a lot of pressure to write these operational custom applications and hardly anything coming out of the spigot to satisfy this thirst? Yeah. How many of you are from Wall Street? Good. Good. How many of you are from manufacturing companies? Oh, excellent. Where are the rest of you from? Oh, how many from consulting? Oh, that's bad. Yeah. A mind is too important to waste. You should do something.
Wait, why is that bad if a consultant can come into a company and use your system and basically build their applications in ridiculously short amounts of time and show up a working product?
The only consultants I've seen that I think are truly useful are the ones that help us sell our computers. But other than that, no, seriously, I don't think there's anything inherently evil in consulting. I think that without owning something over an extended period of time, like a few years, where one has a chance to take responsibility for one's recommendations, where one has to see one's recommendations through all action stages and accumulate scar tissue for the mistakes and pick oneself up off the ground and dust oneself off, one learns a fraction of what one can. You're coming in and making recommendations and not owning the results, not owning the implementation, I think is a fraction of the value and a fraction of the opportunity to learn and get better. And so what you do get a broad cut at companies, but it's very thin. It's like a picture of I'm a vegetarian, so I won't use steak, but it's like a picture of a banana. You might get a very accurate picture, but it's only two-dimensional. And without the experience of actually doing it, you never get three-dimensional. So you might have a lot of pictures on your walls. You can show it off to your friends. You can say, look, I've worked in bananas, I've worked in peaches, I've worked in grapes, but you never really taste it. And I think that's what I think. You're also a variable expense, and in hard times you find yourself variable, right?
One of my favorite clips right there. Oh, I'm about to go off on consulting. I wish I could find where I saw the other consulting clips. I don't remember. But consulting is basically, consulting is so This is the role of consultants. They come in. There's so many memes for consultants. It's unreal. They come in. Here's one example. I'll start with the light one, and I'll go heavy. They come in. They get hired by a company, large company, to do consulting on a rebrand. Come out, and what they do is they go through their long process, gathering information, and then provide their recommendation. And it's like the logo changes ever so slightly, and like the color they use is like one shade different. It's like, bam, there you go. Your brand new your entirely new rebrand, and it's just like, what's the difference? That nobody knows the difference. Nobody can tell the difference. They're like, all right, here's your $4 million bill here. Anybody could have done that. Anybody could have done that. What do you need a consultant for? Consultants, what they do, okay, let's say you work at a large company. And as any large company, there's bureaucracy and inefficiencies, and there's people, middle managers or operational workers, up to middle managers, up to, directors. Someone sees some sort of inefficiencies, some sort of problems, some sort of opportunities. They have an internal recommendation. They work there, they know how the system works, and they see the ways in which it can improve. They recommend that to their boss, to their manager. Manager then says, hey, we're seeing we need some improvements here, or we need some funding, or we'd like to make this change because this will help this whole process of how we work with all these other departments so much better, and it's going to solve XYZ problems, and it's going to be great. And all of the directors, the VPs, they're like, oh yeah, that's great, that's a good idea, and it just sits there, it stalls. None of them want to take ownership of it because it's a risk and it's work, and they don't want to own that risk because if it goes bad, then it's on them. And so the role of consultants is, finally this sort of problem gets big enough where it gets to the executives. The executives have been told this for 3 years on, the same exact thing, what to do to solve the problem. Instead, they hire a consulting company. Consulting company comes in. They send in their analysts. They do interviews at this department. They interview HR department. They interview finance. They interview operations. They do all the interviews. They gather all the research. They basically write down and come to the conclusion and put all sorts of fancy graphs onto a PowerPoint of exactly what everyone has been saying for years internally. And they take that to put that on a presentation, and then they hand it over on a silver platter to the executive board. And executive board is this, yeah, oh wow, that is great. This is really phenomenal stuff. Wow. And then they can justify doing something because now they have someone to blame, and that's the role of they've done nothing. They've come in, interviewed everyone, take all the ideas that everyone has been saying already, and then claim it as their own recommendation, present it to the executive, and an executive can finally sign off on it. When they could have just had the balls to sign off on it internally anyway, and they could have, and then the consulting firm hands them a bill for $4 million. What did they do? What did they do? They came in, interviewed what people have been saying all the time, put it onto a thing, put some fancy charts, deliver it. Useless. So many good examples of just the uselessness of consultants. So many good examples. I love the branding one. I forgot the specific example, but we need a fresh new rebrand. Side-by-side pictures, the same exact thing. A tiny little slight change, maybe barely notice your glasses. Huh? Wow, fresh, amazing, smart, brave new rebrand. Terrible. I wish I was a consultant. Actually, when I graduate, I want to become a consultant. Unfortunately. Because unfortunately, consultants are hired in bulk and they get paid a lot of money, and they're just paperwork pushers. And unfortunately, it's just what it is. But no, I have not been a consultant. Have I? Have I ever done a consultant? No, I don't think I have. Nope. I've only ever worked internally for a company. But it's crazy, like my school that I went to, they hire hundreds of students. My school is one of the feeder schools for the Big Four consulting companies. EY, Deloitte, KPMG, PwC. Are those the Big Four? I think that's the Big Four. Dude, I'll provide some recommendations to people for money. You don't gotta do anything. You don't gotta own the project. You don't have to implement it. You just gotta recommend people things. Actually, I think they come in and it depends. Some consultings actually own some sort of implementation. But even if it's just the implementation, that's like just the beginning portion. It's literally just implementing something, and then you don't actually see the results. You don't maintain the operations of it. So it's like you come in, you kind of implement it into the organization, tell everyone what they got to own, and then you dip on out of there. And then everyone's stuck with this thing that they're like, this giant system that they're like holding up with like their hands and duct tape and everything, and it's just all gonna fall apart after 3 months. Dude. And the consultants get paid money, and then they move on to the next company and do the same exact thing. That's why it's so much better to work for a company like actually internally. So many people have not worked internally, like for a company. They have not worked at a company. They've worked at consulting organizations. Imagine that's your entire professional career, working as a consultant. All you've done is a few months stints doing some projects for other companies. You've never actually owned any sort of project within a company, implemented it, seen the good and the bad, worked with others, been operational. All you've done is consulted. PowerPoints and spreadsheets and presentations, flying left and right. You've never imagined, dude. So many people have not worked for a company. That is crazy. They've done consulting for years. It's not a bad path, like to go from university, go straight into consulting, dip your toes a little bit. You've got max 3 years. Max 3 years. You can't be at consulting longer than 3 years. That's kind of like the sweet spot. 1 year, a little bit short, but if you got a better spot, if you can get out of there, you know. But you've got 3 years. You can't be any longer than that. You just can't. Some people maybe push it out to 5 years if they like the comfort of it. That's a good, if you like the comfort of it, you can do that. Move up. I mean, the thing is they get paid. They get paid money. Bank. They get paid bank. I don't understand it. It's just too good of money. They just get paid. But you gotta get out. You gotta get out of there. It's a trap. It's the fruit of the tree, bro. You can't. It's gonna trap you, and you're gonna have nothing. You're gonna have nothing to show for it. Consulting. I consulted for 4 or 5 years. I consulted. I've been a consultant for 10 years. There's a lot of different kinds of consulting, so it's hard. There's a lot of very, very good consulting where you gain a lot of experience. And companies love consultants. They love when you come from a consulting background. I don't know why. They love it too. So you easily get hired. You leave consulting, you get hired internally. That's what they want. They want consultants. They want Deloitte on your resume. They want MBB on your resume. McKinley, Bain and Company, Boston Consulting Group. They want the MBB. They want that on your resume, and you're anywhere. I remember working, the first company I worked at when they got bought by a larger company. Everyone's been working there 5, 10 years, ton of people, been there for a long time. And what did they do to get this new high-ranking position for operations, VP of operations? Hire this young dude, probably barely 30, comes from a top elite consulting background. Bring him in there. He's done consulting for 5 years. Bring him in, put him at VP at the top of everyone, tell everyone what to do. All the people that have been working there for 10 years, he's going to come in and start telling everyone how to run that company. Be like, I feel their pain, man. I feel their pain. But that's how it is. That's how it is, consulting. So you can't knock it. You got to use it to your advantage. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get my degree, and well, actually, I'm gonna get whatever job I can. That's the thing. But I would not mind consulting. I hated consulting. My first time I graduated, I absolutely did not want to do consulting. Everyone in business, everyone in the College of Business was just trying to go for a Big Four firm. Deloitte, EY, KPMG, PwC, everyone from the business school just going for Big Four. It's like, I looked at that and I was like, bro, Why? It was status, it was prestige, but it seemed so boring to me. I remember one kid was in one of my classes and he had an internship at KPMG for consulting once, and it was so bad that he decided he's out, he's done, he's not doing that. Because everyone just sticks it through. They just go through the meat grinder, they just grind through that garbage cubicle consulting paperwork pushing. Can we double click on that? We're gonna wrap up and give you 3 more minutes till the end of your meeting. I'll give you 3 minutes back to your day. We'll double click and tap back on this later. We're gonna regroup on this. And it's like, you can't do that. So one kid, he was so lucky, I remember in my class, he had an internship in consulting. Couldn't do it. After that, he was like, no, dude, I can't do this. I can't do this. And he done got out. Good for him. So good for him. I was one of the few guys that there's two aspects. I really didn't want to do it, but I tried to get those jobs anyway, but I was rejected because you gotta have, it's all about who you know. It's elitist. You gotta have the network. You gotta be like, oh, my dad works at Deloitte to get in there. You gotta have I went to the same boarding school as all these. You see, it's all of that kind of stuff. They see from your resume whether they know you, whether they know your experiences, whether you grew up doing the same exact things in the same elite background, upbringing. If you're an outsider, you don't get in. It don't work. You can, absolutely. It's a lot harder. I remember, because to me, this is like when my worldview was like not making sense. Because from high school to college was like, you just work hard and you can get a lot of results for it if you just work hard. Once I got to college, I saw how many people were so like mind-blowingly unintelligent, like stupid. So stupid. But because they had the background prestige from their parents who worked this and done that, and so they've gone through the correct high schools, they've gone to the correct extracurriculars, they are embedded into the correct societies, they get hired. I would be around some guys and girls that would get into these prestigious societies or get these roles, and I'm like, how is it that I'm getting rejected left and right, and because of all the group projects and classes I've been in with you, like I know for a fact you're absolutely utterly okay. I can't be that egotist, narcissistic, but like they weren't that smart. They and I was surprised, so surprised that they could. And a lot of times it was just that's what really kind of woken me up when I was young and naive, thinking you could just work hard and make your way through. Nah, doesn't work like that. Just doesn't work like that. It was good times to remember. Oh man, absolutely. People that were they couldn't think about things. They weren't problem solvers. They weren't problem solvers, yet they got all these difficult jobs. And I'm like, hard to get into jobs. And I'm like, how? Well, I knew how, but to me it was like so surprising because my worldview centered on capability, competency. If you work hard, if you're smart, if you're good enough, you get it. But so many people that were completely incompetent, didn't try, didn't care, they had a prestigious background, they got the role. They could go into the interview, talk about how they go boating at the same place in Chicago. Oh, we should hit up this place for this. They just start talking to the other guy like they're buddies. They come in there to the interview and talk to the other guy like they're buddies. I went in there, no relation to any of their lifestyles of yachting on the lake or doing anything, and then they just gotta ask me questions, and it's just cringe and boring and no relation. But we're just talking about two different things. I don't know what you're talking about. Train soldiers on what? You want to take over a Central American country? Private military? What are you talking about? I thought you were talking about some high-speed rail line to Florida. That would be pretty good. Florida to Denver? What on earth? No, it's got to run from New York to Chicago to Denver to Los Angeles. I think that makes sense. Investing in a mill. How does that make sense? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Imagine having a few fleets of fighter pilots. Someone won a fighter pilot. It was like in the 90s or something. There was like some promotion where some company was like promoting like the ability for you to win some fighter jet, but it was set up so that the odds were so small that it was completely and entirely unlikely that anyone would win. So it was more so like a marketing promotion. But someone actually won this fighter jet, and they never even considered the potential that that could be possible. And so they had to go to court to try to basically find a way to not give that guy a fighter jet. Anyway. What are some other good old school like conferences? Tech speeches. I don't know. I already wasted enough time. Never mind. I gotta just get my consulting job. Work my way up. Dude, consultant, it's not even fair. Dude, it's not fair being a consultant. You get a consultant job, you make 110K salary, and then you make 10% bonus every quarter. Every quarter. Call me a paperwork pusher all you want. A paper pusher all you want, bro. I will do for 110K plus 10% bonus every quarter. I'm taking that all day long. Taking that all day long. You kidding me? I'll push all the paperwork you want for that? For that? Count me in. Sign me up. I'll do that. For sure I'll do that. Honestly, states should invest in private military for their own state militaries. They should really expand that. They have like their little national guards, but they gotta start getting like more military equipment, tanks. We need to decentralize more. It's too much centralized federal government power. States need to be more decentralized, more independent. It's just better that way. More diversity of states. It's just better. Dang, Diffie-Hellman is kind of cool. I gotta get into some of this cryptography math. This is kind of cool. Diffie-Hellman key exchange. I gotta read some papers on this. Cryptography is a pretty cool field because they're constantly, over time, these algorithms get broken, and then you gotta develop new ones. So it's a continuous field. Pretty interesting. One thing I'm thinking about as I'm like going through all my classes is it's so important to be specific when you're looking for a job. If you're general, if you've got a very generic, general, widespread resume, it's so much harder to get a job. You need to be specific with an actual job that you're targeting. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because cybersecurity, huge. I mean, there's so many different specializations. And it's not even specializations. I would say there's so many different categories. And then within the categories, there's different specializations. That's probably more accurate. So I have to tailor what I'm learning, my experiences, my projects, to a specific job that I want to get, and then hyper target those exact jobs or roles when applying. Because if I just learn a generic thing and start applying to any sort of security role that opens up, I mean, good luck getting an interview. You can't be generic. It's good to be a generalist, but in your job search approach, you got to be specific. What are you even laughing about? What even is that? What do you mean I have no idea what I'm talking about? That's exactly correct. Are you trying to say I'm wrong? It could literally mean no other way. What you want to say? You want to put a generic resume out to every job? Bruh. That's insane. I think what? Bro. How can you just have the wrong understanding on so many fundamental things of how life works? I don't understand. Explain to me what the optimized approach is. What's going to be the best, most effective approach? The opposite of everything that, okay, so the opposite of that would to be create a resume that's extremely generic, doesn't fall into any real role, and has nothing really that stands out to any sort of hiring manager. How is that effective at all? Oh, my bad. That's crazy. Good timing for you, because I was silent for like the whole entire past hour and I just started talking. That's crazy. Dang, you got me. That's good. Alright, my bad. You got me good. I'll give you that one. It's about time you start taking some W's. You've been taking a lot of L's lately. That's my bad. FDE product, what type of cipher is used for a key encrypting key? Key encrypting key. What type of cipher? An asymmetric cipher. Is that what it's asking? It's asymmetric. Key encryption key is asymmetric cipher. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I had to give such a long explanation. W's in the chat for David for finally catching a dub. I just got a yogurt, but it's from Jewel. I don't know if it isn't that good, but it's the only one that was lactose free. So I can actually eat it. But otherwise, I have big problem with lactose. What's the Greek yogurt? Show me that. Which one is that? With honey? Ooh. Ooh, I got some raw organic honey and yogurt, Greek yogurt actually. I gotta put those together. I completely forgot about my honey. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh man. David gets fancy new software engineering job making a big money with the Indian logistics. Now he's buying regenerative Greek yogurt shipped to him. Oh man. Flaunting his wealth, his big boy job. Unreal. I can't afford that kind of stuff. I'm getting my Amazon red light therapy lamp. I can't get the good stuff. I gotta get the Amazon stuff. What is it called? Sam's Club stuff. I'm getting the Sam's Club stuff, baby. Link me. Link it. Link it me. I mean, I can find it. Find it where? Regenerative. Raw regenerative Greek yogurt. Agravita, always innovating. Agravita is the link. It's on Agravita. Family Farm 100% grass-fed A2 organic plain yogurt. No, that's not it. This one. That's what I'm talking about. This is how you know. This is how you know. A2 plain Greek yogurt. Plastic. Raw dairy for cats and dogs. Never mind. Raw pet foods. Agravita. Did you publish it yet? Add a dash of maple syrup, stevia, or raw honey with fruits and beer. Ooh. Ooh, baby. I can see where that's coming from now. A little bit of berries on there. If you're feeling a little bit, if you're looking for some dessert, put some berries on there. A little bit of honey in there. Ooh. There's a lot of links here. Pretty organic girl. Where you at? Oh, I found you right here. Index. Agravita. Right here. Look at this. I found it. Oh wait, no, this is Agrovista. You gotta take these guys out. You gotta take them down. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. This is pretty. Hey, you pretty good. Sounds like you've been hanging around a product marketer lately. Sounds like you've been hanging around some product marketing folks over here with this thing. You know what's crazy? I created something kind of similar to this. Like a, where, how can I find it? Hold on. I'll do that 1 second. Let me just go to this. Waystar was on Fox News? Anyway. Let me go to my profile. I think I have it linked here somewhere. Something kind of similar. Here, this one. Tienda. I did a like a pitch deck. I created a pitch deck for one of my hackathons that I did when I was trying to break into product marketing. Tienda supports communities by enabling consumers to connect with local businesses that share their values and mission. So this was a little bit more generic, like more general. It wasn't as specific to like farms or something. So this was a little bit more general. Basically, it was just trying to connect small businesses to their communities. %50 of shoppers specifically seek out local businesses to support. How might we enable customers to discover, connect with local businesses that share their values? Surveys. We did some interviews, insights. Advanced search, our solution, advanced search option, high business trust, community oriented. Tienda, someone did the whole UX mock-up and everything. That was basically a lot of the project. Here's some personas for marketing and targeting. We had a lot of woke people in my group, so I had to try not to get canceled being the white guy. So I had to allow for whatever this stuff is. And then I put this together, the business model canvas, competitive landscape. I think this was the best. I was looking at all of the different apps, and based off of this chart, this was the key right here. This whole quadrant was empty. Nobody was serving this quadrant. So I was like, bam, ripe market for entry right there, baby. Sizing the market, total available market, serviceable obtainable market, success metrics, future roadmap. This was a top 5 project, bro. This was top 5. It was a competition of 60 teams of probably like 5. And it was also competitive because you had to apply just to be a part of the hackathon. And it was worldwide over the internet. Like a whole bunch of like Waterloo kids, San Francisco interns, like tech interns. And so you had to get accepted and get in. And once we got in, I was a top 5. This thing was top 5, which got to get judged by a panel of 5 people from like head of products at startups and PlayStation, Sony, Netflix, I think was there. People representing those companies judged these. They reviewed them all, and I got top 5. But this is kind of similar to that. Anyway, I just wanted to show that real quick. That's what I'm talking about. I feel like there's honestly such a growing market for this. There's a huge demand for people that want to find this kind of stuff. But marketing is going to be huge. You're going to need to go huge on marketing. I mean, once you get the product down, a giant being able to connect people to their farms and everything, it's going to be about getting the marketing out. And you gotta first target all the Peters on Twitter. You gotta target those guys, those right-wing, those far-right Peters on Twitter. You gotta spread this around to them, and they're gonna blow it up. And then it's gonna start hitting the normies. It's gonna grow to TikTok, and TikTok is gonna blow up. That's what you gotta do. All right, let's figure this out. Let's see what's going on. Direct to consumer. You're gonna take on the futures distribution? That's a whole nother ballpark. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what's your okay, never mind. I see what you're talking about here. Dang, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. This is just the like UI, UX stuff, but I feel like this in the future would like have to move down, bring this down so that way these can kind of be bigger and centered, and then something like that. And then this would still be like, this is like a scroll part. Like this probably comes down somewhere at this page. This stays but comes into the middle here. Probably some picture on the right here. And then they scroll down. There's gonna be like a section, and it's gonna have this stuff here with this. Something like that. Eventually. This is pretty good too, but you're using it twice. But still pretty good. Dang, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, not gonna lie. When you were showing it to me first, it was like, all right, it's MVP. Or it was alpha. But now it's looking like it's starting to get to beta. This is too tiny though, bro. I barely noticed this. This left bar. Bro. You have to, people are retarded. That's the #1 rule of security. The biggest threat to security are people. The biggest threat to security are people. Because people are just retarded. They're not going to see this. You can show this to them 20 times, then they're going to forget every time. Anyway. So what does it say here? Discover local farms, fresh produce. Learn about sustainable farming and food systems. Reach customers directly and grow your business. Join the farm table movement. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta build that network. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. No, it's all pretty good. Just needs a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of optimization, which I'm not good at that kind. I'm not a UX guy. Not a UX guy. Honestly, I feel like anyone could be a UX person. You gotta, once you get a feel for design, you gotta kind of. I got a little bit of a feel for design just because I spent a lot of years messing around with bad design. So I'm still not like good, but I know bad stuff. So nothing here is bad. But anyway, hold on, let me read this. Expand your reach. Analytics and insights. Customizable profiles. Boost your revenue. Build customer trust. You gotta do a lot of, you gotta get research on farmers and their distribution. What are their difficulties with distribution? And do research on that, because that's gonna be so key to creating a network and providing things that they're actually looking for. So important to build it off of distribution or research. Choose a plan, verify your identity, verify your farm. That's what I'm talking about. Who's creating these graphics for you? You got a business partner or something? Pretty good. I feel like this is like too high up and too small. It should be a lot bigger and come down and be like page wide and come down so they can see it. Because it's kind of hard to notice this. I feel like you can go through this and not notice the top at all. Why join? Oh wait, I'm a freebie. It's pretty good though. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. Little bit of tweaks, little bit of optimization flows. Get the onboarding flow optimized. You know what I'm talking about? That's what them. What do you call it? Venture capitalists. They look for that onboarding. Looking for that onboarding, that smooth. Ooh, that onboarding. You know what I'm saying? That onboarding. Ooh, it is just right. Get that onboarding. Get them guys. Funnel them in there. Onboard them. Bah, and start generating revenue. You know what I'm talking about? That's how they look at it. Gotta pitch this. Gotta pitch this. You gotta pitch it to Egghead. Or who's one of those regenerative guys? You gotta pitch it to Egghead, Mark Andreessen. Or the other people. What's up here? Open menu. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was looking for. This is what I'm talking. Oh, this is what I was looking for. This is. Oh, dang. This is what I'm talking about, baby. This is the meat and potatoes that I've been looking for. That's what I'm talking about, baby. This is like my campgrounds project that I built. I don't know what that means. It's not sorting. Oh, this is filtering? This is filtering is not working either. Or did it work? Oh, it is working. Oh, okay, I see, never mind. Well, this one's not. Oh wait, this is prices? This is a complicated column right there. It is pretty fast, to be honest. Hold on, wait. It's pretty fast for having all this. This is a terrible design right here. This is terrible. Sort should only be one thing, not multi-layered. It should just be low to high or high to low, popular, other things like that. And the ground beef, eggs, milk, this is filtering. You're putting filtering and sorting in one button. These need to be separate. It is great, but I'm saying like you shouldn't combine sort and filter in one thing. Like sort low to high, and then the beef, food, or whatever, like this stuff is its own thing. Filtering, and then this is the... It's pretty good though. You see, look, this is what I'm talking about right here. Oh, it's just filtering on just on beef. I suppose. I feel like this breaks UX rules though, just to do this thing here. Like it's just intuitively, I feel like there could be a better way to do that, to implement it. But I see what it's doing here. Yeah, I know, I get it. What is this? This is not working, bro. 800 miles, 900 miles? Whoa. Oh shoot, I didn't, ooh, that's what I'm talking about. This is not working. I got 50 miles on here. That was okay, I found a bug. Hey, I'm here to report a bug. Do I get money? You doing bug bounty? You got a bug bounty program? I don't know how to sort. It should just apply automatically, no? Apply. 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 This is not filtering? This should be filter, no? It should remove anything that's not under this filter. I'm like choking on saliva. That's what I'm talking about right here. Oh, no, we don't allow that. That should not be allowed. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, it's gonna be a slow. It's got a lot of data points on here. Looks pretty good though. Whoa. You should set like a default filter on it, so that way it loads faster, because this is pretty slow. But this is but honestly this is pretty, like, it's not that slow, but for operational use cases, like to go live, it would have to be a little bit faster. But this is pretty cool. I like how this looks like. These little things look pretty nice. Yeah, I know the distance filter's not working. Shipping direct DTC. What's this? I don't think that does anything. What's this? That's what I'm talking about.
Who puts it
away. Fabulous chip.
To get around Powell. Doncic behind the rim to Powell. What a play.
I'll tell you what, that was a big-time pass.
The other game, Thomas Bryant had 29 Saturday in Sacramento.
Spin backwards. Look at all the bodies come over there. Christie losing. Toscano Anderson loses.
Got great touch, doesn't he?
And just a nice little hook pass.
Double team on Luka. Once again, a BEA beautiful pass.
Return at the base. Jokic underneath the Porter.
Wow. Puts it in there.
The rebound. Jokic has a double-double. His 18th on the...
What a pass to KCP. A slider.
What an angle on that pass from Nikola Jokic. Perfectly.
You could just like offer you could offer like free unpaid internships to kids who want to do stuff. Like you can find some Asian UX designer college student and tell her she can get this free internship project to put on her resume before her real internship at Google. And she can give recommendations on how to do stuff, how to set up like the homepage, do the you can do one internship that's like, or one project for an intern that's like, I need you to optimize this this onboarding flow, and then they'll figure out how to do that. Oh, and you can do another project that's like, I need someone to do UX research on my target market, and then they'll do all the research for you and then provide it to you, and then you can tell them, you can give approval on and let them give them, what is it called, credit or something for their resume. You can acknowledge it and be a reference. Yeah, a reference. They can put it on their resume and you can be a reference, and then they can use that to get like an actual paid internship. So for people who are struggling, which are a lot of people are struggling in the tech place, there's a lot of competition for those internships. You could just post. For real, you can do that. And you can just like let them kind of be doing their own thing. You can tell them like, we'll meet every once in a while or something, and I'll tell you to work on this. Here's all the stuff you have, and just do what you need to do to accomplish this. And I'll check in with you each week for like updates. And they'll just be doing it part-time while at school, like a semester long type of thing. What else we got here? Farms. Oh yeah. Wait, what's this? What's this? That's what I'm talking about. Yo, this is pretty good. Yo, once I get my job, I can help out with the startup. I can join your little startup board. I'll help out with doing some things. You could do the technical stuff. I'll do some other stuff. I don't know, business stuff. Probably product marketing stuff. This is what I'm learning all about. This is gonna be my job. All the privacy policies and everything. Is this AI generated? I never even learned how to put together this thing. I don't know where learning is. Farms, home. You gotta put hover for info. That's what I'm talking about. Let me create an account. Continue with Google. That's what this is what I'm talking about. This is what people need to be doing. Get some water, dude. I'm choking. I gotta quit choking. Whoa. What the heck? How did I do it? Oh, it's like going forward. Okay, I didn't even notice. Dang. This should be the first one, no? This should be first one, so you see the overview, and then you go into each one. Or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I know. I like these little animations or whatever, these things. Bro, this is pretty good, not gonna lie. What is this? Oh, this plays the thing? Oh, there's a little mover thing. The number one thing, the most optimized page should be the landing page. The home page should be the most, it should be over-analyzed and over-engineered, simplified and over-analyzed. And this is where you can get those, you can get some interns to help out with doing some stuff. You just gotta put out something. You gotta put out on, like, I don't even know, where do people find internships? LinkedIn and stuff. You gotta put out free internship for people who are for struggling interns, for pre-internship projects. And then you can get the first project is like someone create a whatever UX mock-up of the website. One person can, one whole project would be the homepage. The homepage is probably a whole project because they gotta do like different iterations and variations. They gotta look at this stuff and what's the best way to optimize this. And then probably the second most important project is going to be the onboarding flow, this thing, join. Because I worked at a payment company, which obviously the most important thing is to get people to pay. So the payment flow for onboarding was like the most important thing. We'd have so many projects to do research on how to optimize and refine it and enhance it and just get the payments to be the best, and we'd get UX research and all this stuff. A lot goes into these things. But this is pretty good. I feel like just this though needs to be a little bit bigger, this left thing. And it should be open by default maybe? I don't know. But don't add too, like, keep it simple. MVP, minimum viable optimize and refine the MVP before adding you don't want to get too breadth before you really get the core. You need that solidified and then expand out. So focus on the key things: the homepage, the onboarding flow, and the farms page. Those are the most important things. Then you can play around with the, I think the learning. That's like after this has all been done, I think. You said something about eggs? Cow, donkey, camel. Camel butter? Show me them camel butters. Show me eggs. Chicken eggs. That's what I'm talking about. And then show me, I want to see the low. Oh, we got something in Illinois, that's what I'm talking about. Shipping? You mean that shipping? West Lafayette. I got shipping. Pretty good. Dang, you made a lot of progress since the last time I saw it. This is pretty good. Not gonna lie, I kinda like it. I see the link, I already clicked it. What even is going on here? No, I don't know what you're saying. Google Maps, there's no Google Maps. There's no Google Maps. This is OpenStreetMap. I'm on the farm's page. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this map. I already went here and looked at it. You're like hiding all the functionality everywhere. Oh, that's pretty good. Well, they got a nice river right here. Rock River. The point, click on the point, click on the point. I saw it the first time. Buddy, settle down. This is pretty good, not gonna lie. You just gotta worry about the work and let the UX interns worry about coming up with ideas for the usability. You gotta delegate that. You gotta delegate it out. You got the main stuff, the little optimizations the UX people can do. This is pretty good though. I like this. I like the stuff on this stuff. All of this thing. I gotta read your privacy policy. I gotta read a book on how to do privacy policies if I want to work in this. I'm gonna contact you. Did you generate this with ChatGPT? Don't lie. No lie. Don't do it. Don't lie. Don't do it. Yeah, it actually does seem pretty specific to your site. Bro, you've got already so many... Dude, look. Look how many projects you already can offer to people. 1, UX research. 2, hold on, what am I doing? Now we're talking. Homepage. Just homepage. 3, farmer on boarding. 4, table. You don't, dude, security is not even a startup job, bro. There's literally nothing I would even be able to do for you. The most valuable thing I could do for you is product marketing, probably, in business. Literally my last career, which is a good thing I have a whole degree in that and experience doing that. I have experience with launching startups. All right, maybe not launching, but supporting startups. And then I could do any sort of security stuff on the side. On the side, that can be a small part, but honestly the main part would probably be product marketing. Identifying the market, growing and doing market research, researching competitors, establishing messaging and positioning, beating and destroying and crippling our competitors, building partnership program, building farmer relations partnerships program, and user research, and writing regenerative article blog posts. Nah, you can do that. That's what I would be doing. I'd be doing the market, figuring out marketing, figure out target markets, expansionism. Dude, you got to read that book, Crossing the Chasm, bro. That's probably like one book that I actually recommend, because I read a few marketing books for my to support working at my job, but that book is actually good for anyone starting a company. That one is just so good. That one's actually good. You gotta read that book. The other ones I read, they're like, you don't need to read it. You could read it. They're valuable, but you don't need to. That book, you need to read it. That one is so good. Audit. Site audit. I'd do privacy, security. You got to get some interns. You got to get UI UX interns. You gotta get these Asians from Urbana-Champaign, bro. You don't need security intern, bro. I'm doing security. You don't need that. You need UI UX. You need people who know that kind of stuff. You need to get women. I'll apply, honestly. I'll apply. Yeah, low key. Open that up and I'll apply. And then I'll get it. And you tell me what you need me to do and I'll do it. I'll do penetration testing. Is that what I'm doing? I'll do some penetration testing. And I could put it on my resume. And write yeah, low key. It sounds crazy, but that's actually one of the jobs I might want to do. I was just talking about how when you came in and you told me what I was like, everything I was saying was wrong, I was literally talking about how as I'm doing school, I got to figure out like what specific job within cybersecurity I want to do and start tailoring my learning and my projects to that. Because if you're just general, then you're just not attractive to anyone and you're going to struggle getting jobs. So the two things that I want to do are either, well, there's a couple things, but it's probably something to do with privacy analyst, which is literally all of this stuff, or an IAM engineer analyst. Yeah, dude, I could figure out how to do all of this kind of stuff. Yeah, but I'm not that good at UX, bro. Like I'm okay at it, but we need an intern, a free unpaid intern. Let them do a project and they can put that on their resume and we can give them a reference. Honestly, references are the hardest thing to get because I never learned to actually, I never realized the importance of references. Like when you go to school, you're supposed to like talk to all your professors and be good with them so that way you can use them as references for jobs. And then when you get a job, you're supposed to like be buddy with all your co-workers so that way you can use them for references, but I never do that. I just like am solo dolo doing my own thing. Yeah, dude, I'll take that, low-key. I'd figure out some sort of security stuff I can do. I'd probably figure out some kind of privacy career projects. What kind of privacies? Oh, wait, the AI is actually helping me. This one. Yes, this. A data protection impact assessment. I can conduct this. I'm gonna Google how to do this, and then I'm gonna do this for your website. I'm gonna put it all into a presentation and everything that I have to do for it, and I'll present it to you, and then you'll say thank you for the results very much, and I put it on my resume, and I could tell people how I did this, that I did this thing. I can do all this. Data protection impact assessment. Yeah, you got a lot of data. You got a lot of data to comply by. You got to comply by. You could comply with PCI DSS. You got to comply with. You're probably not serving EU, so you're probably not gonna have EU users. So you're not gonna have to worry about GDPR, but you're gonna have to worry about the California, the California. What is it? The CCRPA, the CCPA, California Consumer. What is it? The California Consumer Privacy Act? CCPA. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. CCPA. This thing. Bro, I could do that as a project, and that'll help me get a job, because then I could talk about I actually did this as an intern for a startup company that was in a complex field because they're doing collecting a whole bunch of data. They have a whole bunch of data, and they're processing payments, so they gotta comply with PCI DSS, things like that. I'll do that, a DPII. And then infosec intern. What is it called? DPIA project. And whatever other stuff. That's pretty good. You need a social media intern. You gotta hire a hot blonde for a social media intern. You gotta hire one of those right-wing blonde social media girls that are Peters. You gotta hire them for social media to do social media marketing for this. That's what that's called. Bro, look at that. Look how many interns you can supply, bro. You're gonna have an army of interns doing work for you. You need to hire a middle manager now. You need to hire an intern manager. Who's gonna manage these interns, bro? Now you can hire an MBA intern. Middle manager. A business school guy who got an internship. I think just an army of Indians. Just one. One Indian, one blonde. Indians are pretty good at middle management. So this will be the Indian. This will be the blonde girl. That's gonna be me. And these are gonna be like probably Asian girls. That's right. That's what they do. The Asian girls do this. At least one of them is going to be an Asian girl for the UX. You got a lot of UX internships to be able to do. Privacy Jobs Board? That's what I'm talking about. It's a pretty good website right here. Clean, simple. What is this learning center? This is just a newsletter. I got a lot of these books on my... I might have this... I have this book in my list. I've got this book in my list. I might have this. This is actually... If I don't, I should, because it's by Daniel Solov. Solov. This one seems interesting. This one seems kind of interesting. Bro, just copy this right here, and you can use that as your template. I provide it for you free of charge. There, I gave it to you. Dang, this is a pretty good website. This one? IAM? I don't know what job you're talking about. These are the main domains I'm targeting. I wouldn't mind being a security engineer, but you need some pretty technical skills, so which makes it pretty hard to get into. And yeah. Did I finish this yet? Oh, I can get technical. I want to get technical. I'm going to get pretty technical. I'm going to get technical with it, baby. I'm going to get technical with it. I'm basically Indian. Yeah, that's true. I can get technical with it. I want to be technical with it. True. Nice. Why does Diffie-Hellman underpin perfect forward secrecy? Why does it do it? Because it's the It's the process, it's the key exchange process that allows to secure. It's the key exchange process that allows keys to be exchanged without giving it away. I don't know how to describe. That's kind of hard to explain. Diffie-Hellman allows sender and recipient to derive the same value from other pre-agreed values. Some of these are exchanged, some kept private, but there's no way for snoopers. I basically said all this. Yeah, I'm gonna put kinda on that one. Dude, I can't. Dude, there's so much to learn. I gotta keep learning. Today was bad. I didn't learn. I got distracted. I learned a pretty good amount. I learned cryptography. That's good. That's important. That's my favorite subject right here. Cryptography. Just a lot more. Wait, what's the next class, bro? I gotta learn my cloud security class. Where does that come in? Alright, this is Security Plus. This is going to be useless. Intro to Scripting. Digital Forensics. This is a big boy class. Hold up. Do I get any certifications with this? No. But this is going to be pretty good. Ooh, steganography? Identifies steganography techniques. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Where's the... Okay, this is going to be SQL. This one. What is this? This is the... Okay, this is the Systems Security Certified Practitioner, ISC2. Okay, that's going to be pretty good. These two, okay, this one's actually pretty easy. That's what I'm doing right now. That's the Security Plus certification. These two classes are going to be easy. This one's going to be pretty cool. Then I'm going to go into SQL, 2 SQL classes back to back. And then this one. And then Intro to Cryptography. Ooh, that's the one I like. Let's see. What do I even learn here? Because I'm learning cryptography right now a little bit. This is a short class. Is this supposed to be short? It looks short. There's only 2 things here. Introduction to Cryptography introduces skills applying cryptography principles in alignment with organizations and information security guidelines. Students will determine requirements and techniques for cryptanalysis. Course builds with skills implementing encryption methods with symmetric and asymmetric algorithms. Okay, I don't know. Applies cryptography principles in alignment with organizational and information security guidelines. What do you mean I gotta get? I am getting good. I'm learning it. Let me see, hold on. I gotta find this cloud one. Alright, so then there's this. Project management. Wait, business of IT? Wait, what is this then? Oh, this is the ITIL thing. This one should be easy. That should be quick. I gotta do that one quick. This one is the Project Management Plus. Yeah, the Project Plus. That should be easy. Linux Foundation's easy. Introduction to Programming in Python. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, this is gonna suck, bro. It's gonna be learning programming in Python with Zybooks. Bro, Zybooks? Learn Python programming with Chiron? Wait, what? What is Chiron? Disappearance of Chiron Horman? No. Chiron, Python. This thing. I don't know what this is. What's the other one? Zybooks. Oh, it's a STEM book. It's an online book for STEM. Oh, okay. So it's just a textbook. Okay. Welcome intro to Python variables and scripts, loops and conditionals. I feel like this class can be easy because I already know most of this stuff already. I already know how to program, kind of. Actually, I don't, but I do. I've done this so many times. I've learned and forgotten this so many times that it's just, I already understand it. Plus, I literally did this with C. So if I learned all this stuff with C, Python is so easy. Anyway. Python. Python could just be used for everything, bro. That's why. It's basically just programming in English language. Okay, managing information security. Okay, this should be a big boy. Is this a big boy one? Not really. There's just a performance assessment. There's no certification. But it's still kind of a big class. Okay, I don't know if this is necessary. I mean, Python is so weak. Python is good for people that just need to get stuff done. Like, you don't build a business on Python, but you can use it to do things. Bro, you just automate the boring stuff with Python. That's what I'm talking about. This one, cyber. Wait, no cloud security here. Wait, what's this? What is this one? Cyber defense and countermeasures. Oh, this is the CISA Plus, the cybersecurity analyst certification. Alright, this is just going to be using SIEM and responding to alerts and everything. Alright, bad. Oh, you use automation? Incident response. Yeah, okay. This is going to be detecting and detecting threats and whatnot. Okay. I want to see the cloud one. This one. I think this one has an optional certification. Hold on, wait. Dang, okay, so the prerequisites are A+, Foundations, Network+, Security+, LPI, Linux, Cryptography, SSCP, and the CISA+. Dang, okay, I didn't know that. Dang, this is a big class. This got a lot of stuff in here. Dude, I'm taking the exam for this, the SSCP certification process. I'm gonna do that, bro. Dude, if I get the cloud security cert, bro, say less, bro. Say less. That's like one of the last ones. And this one, pen testing, is the last one. Dang, this is all the way at the end. Pen test plus. And I get the pen test plus certification. Wait, what was I just at? This one. Of course, everything is faster than it. Python's not supposed to be fast. Python is supposed to be easy to use. It's not supposed to be fast. It's not supposed to be good at anything. It's supposed to be just able to do everything for easy people that aren't programmers. It's programming for non-programmers. That's what Python is. See, why does this one not use? Why is this one not the CCSP? This one should use that. I don't know why it's not. You just get a voucher for it. I don't understand. And then I'm done. Bro, I feel like that's not that much, bro. I feel like that's not that much. I can do these pretty quickly. These 4 right here, I can do them pretty quickly. Actually, I can do these quickly. And this one, I don't know. This one might be kind of long. This one's got an exam and a project. It's the only class that's got an exam and a project. Cloud security all the way is at the end. Is all the way at the end. I gotta do SQL, bro. Alright, let me get back to this. True or false? Is it essential to keep a salt value completely secret to prevent recovery of a password from its hash? False. Salt values don't need to be secret because it's not about confidentiality. It's about making it longer for them to compute hashes and to have a different salt for each password to ruin their password lists. What is it called? Their hash tables. Yeah, it's to ruin their hash tables. Basically, yes. Bro, I got so much to learn. Dude, I've just been doing... Dude, I've been so locked in all year, bro. I've been doing nothing but learning. Dude, I've been reading everything. I've been doing everything. I've just been reading. Yeah, add this. Git add. Git commit dash m. Added D329. Explain cryptographic solutions. Enter. Git push. Origin main. Alright, so I did this. Oops. Dang, I should have gotten at least this done. That's okay, tomorrow I'll go hard. That's what I said today. I keep getting distracted. This is pretty good though. Oh, I gotta do the labs though. Hold on. Got this. Oh, I got the practice questions. Bro, how many questions are in this thing? How many questions was that? 21? Felt like way more. Oh, I'm done with 3? Bad. Oh, identity and access management. This is what I'm been waiting for, baby. Actually, these are probably the best 2 sections. The cryptography and IAM. Probably going to be the 2 favorite sections out of this whole thing. Oh wait, I gotta go back to this. I gotta do the labs. I'll do the labs real quick. Oh, this was just published. That's why. It's March 2025. That's why I didn't have it in here. Daniel Solove. How many pages is this? 136 pages? That's short. I could read this easy. What is this? No? Oops. Bro, what was that website? This one, AI Tech Privacy. Book. This one, Brief History of Intelligence. That's pretty good. I'll add this to the list. Oh, this is already in my list. Okay, whatever. Is the lab done? I think it should be. Yes. You're a security team member for Structure Reality Inc. You are working to improve organization security stance. One area of concern is protection of individual files using encryption and how to recover access to those files if necessary. In this lab, you will configure an EFS data recovery agent, and you will encrypt files with EFS. Next, you will break a user account's ability to access their own EFS encrypted files. Finally, you will use a data recovery agent to recover access to EFS encrypted files. Okay. I feel like that's kind of long. Configure EFS data recovery. Storage encryption can be implemented in many ways, including full disk, partition, file, volume, database, and record encryption. This lab focuses on file encryption. Specifically, you will be using the encryption file system, which is a feature of the NTFS file format from Windows operating systems. EFS, like most file encryption solutions, employs symmetric encryption to provide confidentiality protection for files, and asymmetric encryption to store the symmetric encryption keys. Before you encrypt files with EFS, it is important to configure an EFS recovery agent first. Otherwise, encrypted files will be unrecoverable and inaccessible if the user's password is changed or if their EFS private key becomes corrupted. Okay, connect to this, Control-Alt-Delete, sign in. PowerShell. Dude, I hate PowerShell, bro. PowerShell sucks. Remove computer, unjoin, domain credential administrator, restart -force. This operation removes the virtual machine from the domain and configures it as a standalone system. This is necessary for this lab in order to simulate the loss of an EFS private key. The process used in this lab is to remove a user's EFS private key does not work on a process used in this lab to remove a EFS private key does not work on a domain member. Okay. So I gotta create a data recovery agent certificate stored in a new folder named certificates. With the command prompt. Okay. Create a folder, that's fine. Oh, it automatically enters, okay. Change to the new folder, okay. Create and export a certificate to be used for EFS recovery agent activities. Run the command cipher/r EFSRA. Never knew about that. Type in a password for the .pfx file. Confirm it. To view the new certificate files, entered create or command dir. It's an EFSRA.SIR and .pfx. Oh, that contains the private key. The original name for the data recovery agent, DRA, was key recovery agent. However, some misunderstood the concept of the KRA, assuming it would restore access to the lost EFS private key, which the KRA nor the DRA is unable to accomplish. The new DRA name clearly indicates the account is only able to restore access to the data score. Add the EFS DRA certificate to the local security policy. File. Add group policy manager, group policy object editor. It's too small, can't see. Is this? Yeah, I think it says finish. Dang, that lab was kind of long. That was pretty good. Pretty decent. Alright, bedtime. Can't mess up the sleep schedule too much. Time to read books. Gotta read. I gotta go so hard on reading, bro. I don't read hard enough. Low-key, I kind of been reading hard, actually. But I gotta read harder. Read harder. Is that everything? I think that's everything. That means tomorrow I gotta do... Dang, I gotta do at least this. And then Friday, this. Actually, technically I'll have Saturday too. Dang, I kind of fell behind the last couple days. I was like so early and I was so ahead, I mean, and now I'm behind. Not behind, but not ahead. Not bad, not bad.